No, I mean now.
Exactly.
The email.
I don't know. I think what's that?
Is you sure it's the email or the operator?
Oh,
Oh, he says it's good.
that's Tony.
So we start now? Okay.
I sent it again. Oh my god.
I'd rather do that than my phone.
Yeah, I just resent it.
Okay.
All right, good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Thanks for coming out. I hope everybody's enjoying all the cooler weather. I know I am, except for in here this morning. But I hear I'm the only one. Let's go ahead and stand for a moment of silence. The pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one indivisible. See, we have a quorum this morning. Memo is out today. Tony is on Zoom. So we're ready to go. Before we start the meeting, I would like to quickly give an update. I'm sure most of you have heard that there were remains found by the spring, but I would like to give everyone. Oh, I should probably use this. Working?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. But I'd like to give everybody a quick summary on what has transpired. Last Friday, some kids were playing near the uprooted tree at the north end of Los Morris Springs and found human remains. Stop.
Just somebody's microphone that wasn't picked up.
Okay. I'm like, I want to put it down now. They reported to the sheriff's department, and the area was. Is it me?
I don't know. Lost my phone. They reported to the sheriff's department and they promptly secured the area. The site will remain closed and under control of the sheriff until they have completed their investigation and determined whether these are modern or ancient remains. We have sought the advice of a very experienced consulting archaeologist in this matter. A meeting was held on Wednesday at the site with our consulting archaeologists, 2 archaeologists from the Texas Historical Commission, and the Forbes lawyer. We also have a meeting scheduled for next week with the Historical Commission's archaeologists and their tribal liaison. We will continue to look to them for guidance and resources while navigating these uncharted waters. We will keep the membership updated as soon as we have more information. In the meantime, access to the area where the remains were found will remain restricted. We kindly ask everyone to stay away from the site for safety and preservation reasons. But I would also like to stress that tampering with the site is a crime. If anyone would like to use the picnic area across from the pool, please enter through Rendezvous Park. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation. Okay. All right. We have minutes for both the regular meeting and the special meeting. Has everyone had a chance to look at them? Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the minutes from September 21st, 2024.
I'll second it.
All in favor?
And a motion to approve the minutes from the special board meeting, September 27th, September 24, or September 27th, 2024.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? All right, unanimous. All right, secretary's report.
I don't have a secretary's report at this time.
Okay, thank you. Treasurer's report?
Okay. And while I'm up here in front of everybody, I had a verbal interaction with a member of security. Got that. I want to apologize to the membership and staff and everyone else. This is the fiscal year, last fiscal year. There's 2 different sets that you guys have, and that's that. So this is the dividend income that we got off of Fidelity, not the restricted fund, because I can get that out of there, but this is about a little over $10,000 that we got since March by moving the money into the Fidelity account. This is the total assessments we collected throughout the year. For every month, very stable, this is in February. There's copies of this in the package if you want more. This is the hunting revenue that we had throughout the year. Obviously, it's good in October, not as good in the middle of the year. Picking back up. This is the RV park revenue. Pretty good in April. Stable. This is the golf course revenue that we have all over the year. So these rental income, it seems like it's been going down recently. Probably grew up like a spring flow. Real estate, good in April, but $8,000, I guess. And it's the total income we received by month across the entire year. This is a payroll. It's high in November and May, around 100K every month throughout the year. This is our insurance, which I guess we just now paid recently to save a good amount of interest. We're going to have to pay it. We paid it out monthly, and the charge is 12.5%. So we decided to pay it out to save a considerable amount of money. This is our utility bills, consistently $20,000 to $30,000 a month. that we spend on our utilities. This is the professional service bills that we have been doing. I have a yearly total, which makes it a little more clear of what's been going on over the last 10 years. This next report. This is our net income, which is down here. That's all. I'll show you the last 10-year, the last 10-year period, which shows the trends have been going through. So this is the total assessments due to collected by year since 2013. Right around $1.4 million of assessments we've been getting. Some years slightly better, only 1.6 million. But consistently, it looks like we're taking in about $1.4 million per year on assessments. Hunting, from 2018 up to 2023, we were getting north of 100K per year. The last fiscal year, we're looking at a little over $40,000 that we got in on hunting. This is the motel revenue. I guess this is when the DPS were there. We got north of $400,000. The other years seem kind of right, touching $250,000 to $300,000 of hotel revenue. This is not expenses. This is just the money that we took in on these items.
And you've got copies of this?
Yes, there's some. I think there's maybe 8 copies, but if you want more, I can email you these PDFs, or I can give you.
Well, it's really hard to see.
Yes, I know. We need a projector and whatnot. And I'm going kind of fast. I don't want to be I'll take all your time. This is the RV park revenue over the years. I guess this was maybe 2019, 2018 was, over 300K. Last year, it looks like a little bit over 250,000. We got into RV park. And the golf course seems pretty flat. Actually, it looks like we've got more revenue coming into the golf course last year than we have in the last 10 years. I'm not sure what that is. And our facilities rental is, right on board. It looks like we had a drop in 2020, 2021 of our facilities rentals, but then they picked up to normal levels.
COVID.
Oh, yeah, COVID. Here's the real estate. Per year, it looks like we did okay with our real estate sales between 120 and 140. Last year, not so good, like 30, probably because we liquidated all our low-hanging fruit lots when we started selling them, and those went out the door. Now less desirable community lots and such are on this. This is our total annual income that we've been taking in over the last 2 years. Flat around $2 million above, getting close to 2.5. 2023 was the most, over 2.5 million we took in, and last year was very typical of other years that we have had. Here's our payroll. Payroll was going up and then down and up a little, and then it looks like we shaved it off a bit last fiscal year at a little over $1.2 million of payroll that we paid out. And insurance, as everybody knows, insurance up the roof. Starting in 2020, skyrocketed. Now we're paying north of $300,000 a year on insurance. But at the low point in 2018, 2019, we were pretty much half that, at a little over $150,000 a year. Utilities over the years, I don't know what we were doing in 2021, 2022, but looks like utilities took a drop in that year. And last year we were looking at over $250,000 on utilities. And professional services, with the consultants we've been employing and attorneys and such, we skyrocketed and got the record in the last decade of $130,000 on professional fees. It's our net operating. This is our total net income the past 10 years. Not good. Negative. This one, I guess, you see the one, Lisa, that says 22, 23, is that? I saw a bunch of journal entries that were like moving the ERC money and correcting. Was that based on when we switched to accrual to cash accounting that
Yes.
September shows negative 500,000? Okay. Okay. So clearly we are not bankrolling, rolling in money. We are actually losing money. And that's it. I'm sorry I didn't get the bank balance. I have some over there, but they're similar to what we did, except for that insurance check that we also, I can put this on the screen if anybody wants to flip through it and we go to executive session, there's no problem.
Do you have anything specific about the motel for this year?
I had the annual revenue for every month of the year.
Okay, because I'm just asking because I live nearby the motel.
You want
And
me to
it seems
pull it
like, no, I'll talk to you about it.
Okay,
Thank you for doing that.
no problem. They're gonna be better. That's just a prototype of the kind of what you guys deserve. All right, that's it. Thank you.
In some of these two, some of the discrepancies will also be from moving from in more than one of these is from accrual to cash, and a change in our I just lost the word.
Curls to cash.
Well, no, besides that, the change in our chart of accounts, things were grouped differently. Some were streamlined, some were split out. So that makes some of this.
Those were mostly totals. I picked like the total for that category.
Well, but I'm
I
saying
know, I'm sure things
for
were
like
coded in
professionalism,
different
yeah.
areas.
I mean, not professional, but the professional fees, some of those are split into a different category.
Oh, I
So
see.
now they're lumped into one where they should be.
All
So
right,
thank you.
no problem.
General manager's report.
Good morning, everybody. How are you? I hope you are enjoying the weather like you guys said. So I'm just gonna go down the line. If anybody wants my report, it is online, but I can also print it for you all as well if you'd like to read it at a later date. So office staff motel. Good question, Linda. I can tell you some of the reasons why the motel has gone down is because of the spring, definitely 100%. But we are picking up again. So we continue to send out 30, 60-day and 209 delinquent notices. So you saw that one hike that Jason had put in the graph where we collected money that had to do with the big surge that we had when we started collecting the delinquent accounts. I wasn't here at that point in time, but that's when they started the letters and everything and getting really aggressive at going back to our past due accounts. We are auditing and updating our member addresses, contact details, and names for Buildium. This process has been slow and tedious, but Jason has been a tremendous help. And we just got unit 1 completed. We have, I think, our charter members and the
I think
FRMs.
she needs to review those. I'm not sure she did them.
Okay, but we should be uploading some of that this week. Yay. Maintenance. Philip is nearly finished with the guard shack remodel, including new flooring, paint, ceiling, tiles, cabinets, blinds. The blinds will be installed next week. New back door, stonework, and roof replacement bids are still pending. The new flooring was installed, but I do want to give a shout out to Janet. Janet did wanted to donate flooring, but unfortunately, because it was ceramic tile and it had to have a drying time anywhere from 48 hours to a week, we didn't have anywhere to put our employees during that time. So we just had to go with a lot, less expensive tile that is glued down and they could walk on it immediately. But I feel really bad because I really like the tile, and thank you, Janet. I appreciate that. And then the motel to date had 50 reservations to date, and this coming weekend we have 28 rooms that are booked. So also with the maintenance, I priced the cost of purchasing a street striping machine.
I have not presented that to the board as yet for potential inventory, but that's coming next week. The landscaping team is transitioning to under my guidance, which I haven't told you all yet. But so now you know. So we will see immediate changes. I was not kind of happy on how it was going because the attention to my detail may not be the same as other people's attention. And so as of Friday, I said they were going under me. So I have a meeting with the crew and I'll be walking with them through some of the units. We're going to go into unit 1 and unit 15 because those are the ones that have voiced their most concern to date. Not that everybody doesn't have concerns, but that's the one I've heard the most. And we will be going in there and I will have all of the crew go in there at one time instead of just one set into each one. I would like them to go in there and just knock it out and then go to the next one and knock it out. We're going to try that to see how it works because all you can do when you do things is you can try it. If it works, you keep doing it. If it doesn't work, then you try something new. So that's my intention right now. So hopefully you guys can give me some feedback after you start seeing that. And I'm sure you will. I don't think anybody's shy about giving me feedback here. The RV park fence and gate extension near the trash area is in progress. David Mann has volunteered again to repair the bathroom sinks at the RV park. And Ryan will be using the leftover mulch that I had gotten for the arbor to improve some areas of the RV park and make them look really nice. And let's see, security. Special thanks again to Janet. I just had to give her a shout out for the flooring. Unfortunately, we couldn't use it. And we are fully staffed and things are heading in the right direction. Hunting, the current youth hunt had 22 participants and saw the harvest of 4 does. Feedback has been hugely positive, and we plan on another hunt in February. And the reason being is because September was extremely hot. And I think it was very hard for the young ones to kind of have to deal with that. And so we're giving them another opportunity in the cooler weather. Lee Gillsby, Philip, and Matt, and I think that and Mr. Couples have been amazing with helping us clear out the areas for hunting, working with other areas of getting feeders by us trading does because we have plenty of them, so it won't cost us any money. So they've been working really hard, and it's starting to look so good. And we are bringing in the income. My goal was 39,000. We're already at 10,000. So we only have 20,000 more to go, and we have hunting until February. So I know that we're going to meet our goal. So Conrad Dalton partnered with us by adding an addendum to the gun club contract, allowing hunting at the gun range with coordination with Lee Gillsby. With a harvest that is done there, we have told them we would donate 20% of that to the gun club so they could use it for whatever reasons they need. So it was a really good partnership. I'm really excited. Golf course, the green room, now called the Los Morris Room. Much prettier, isn't it? I like that name. You guys should go in and see how beautiful it looks. Megan did all the painting herself. They've done, and David has fixed the windows. It looks like a completely different room. And the pro shop now has been renamed the Creekside Clubhouse. The patio and Los Morris Room are available now for event rentals. The Creekside Clubhouse will now offer NFL Sundays with food and newer TVs for improved viewing, so we can bring in more income and have more people enjoy the clubhouse instead of just golfers. We want everybody to enjoy that area. And then the final task for the pro shop is still painting the exterior of the pro shop. Once that's done, for now it'll be done. I'm sure there'll be more to do. Volunteer support. Warren has offered to help reinstall flooring at the Post Theater, but we really could use a committee that would like to get together and plan this project. So if anybody's interested and they would like to put it out there, let me know, let Warren know. He would love to do that with you. And then David Mann has also volunteered, like I mentioned, to redo the sinks in the bathrooms at the RV park. And then we are also looking for a committee to spearhead the kitchen remodel at the NCO/Service Club, our most rented venue. We rented that venue 29 times and so to date in 2024. And that's not including what we have coming up as yet. So that is our biggest rental. Vendor work. I'm sure a lot of you are excited to hear this or not. I've heard both. Spectrum is laying fiber optic cables near Scales Road and Valley Way. All areas have been marked, and the city provided the maps that are being used. Despite minor issues, completion is expected in about 2 weeks. That's just an expectation. It could go longer or it could end sooner. We have a meeting with them scheduled on Monday with the foreman, and a group of us will be in there to talk to them about all the issues that we have encountered. Events, of course, everybody knows about the Ghostly Tours. It's going to be October 26th and November 2nd. We have a dry run today at 7 p.m. To go through it to make sure everything runs smoothly. Community Council and FCSA have collaborated amazingly. I'm very excited. I know Frances is very excited. She says she thinks it's going to be the best that it's been. I hope so, because Janet, all of us, Stephanie, everybody's worked really hard for this. So we're so excited. Youth Hunt again, like I said, will resume in November. We are in the middle of planning the Fall Festival. And I just want you to know that'll be the last event that we do for quite a while. We need to take a break because it's been a lot of work, and I would like to concentrate more on marketing. We're going to be making marketing booklets for all the motels, brochures, all avenue or for all areas of our revenue places. So that's what we're going to be working on. And then an outdoor movie will be held on October 31st at the Creekside Clubhouse patio with margaritas served by Daniel at great prices. And we will have a golf cart parade. That'll say, oh, I was going to get the, what's all that? Oh, the trophies?
Oh, no.
Oh, maybe somebody can get the trophies so y'all can see the trophies. We're going to give a first, second, and third place prize for that. Contracts and agreements. The board signed the addendum, like I said, with the gun club, allowing hunting at the range. A new agreement was sent to the stable members, raising the rental fee from $35 to $50 per month with annual reviews. And a new agreement was sent to the Fort Clark Arts, increasing their monthly rent from $50 to $60 with annual reviews. Other open items to note. I'm gathering bids from DLP and Alice LLC for tree trimming, motel electrical items, plumbing, street work, road patching, building painting, roof repairs, and replacement. Also, Jesse Herrera, who works with the South Texas Plains and Wildlife District, is going to be doing an educational, informational thing for our members here in the boardroom on November 12th. I will send out more details, but it's free for everybody. And so they're going to go over all the wildlife here. They'll go over the flowers, fauna, whatever. So we can educate our people on the whole area and expectations, what to look for, and all of that information. And then I would like to mention one last thing. It was put on Facebook not that long ago that we had withdrew money out of somebody's account at the beginning of a month when it wasn't supposed to come out until the 15th. Well, it was also communicated to me, like I thought, that it was an error on the bank, not us. We do not take money out of people's accounts unless we have permission. And I really wanted to make that clear. My employees do not have the ability to do that. I am the only one, along with my accountant. And otherwise, my GM notes are done. If you have any questions. All right, thanks.
Charlene.
Yes.
All right. Committee reports. Airport. Tony, do you have that?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
Pretty short and sweet. The airport was treated for fire ants and mesquite, mowed after the mesquite was treated. In the next couple of weeks, we'll be expecting our winter Texan pilots to return. And there are 2 prospective pilots looking to move to the fort with their airplane.
Yay.
Yeah.
That's exciting.
All right. Architecture.
Since your last meeting, we've approved 1 permit and sent out 13 violation letters. We are asking that members please mow and weed eat your yard. Since we had rain in September, the weeds have sprung up, and we prefer not to be hanging a warning tag on your door or sending you a violation letter. So please clean your yards out.
Thank you, Francis. Golf committee.
Okay, Kenny Brown sent us a report. The golf committee held their shrimp boil tournament and netted $2,800 for the golf course. The golf committee, paid $1,600, 1/2 of the cost of the excavator to clean out the pooling pond to irrigate the golf course back when we were struggling with it. The committee is building 3 cabinets for drinking water on the course. And we assisted with the Kinney County Church Alliance golf tournament. They had 48 players and about 32 sponsors who generously supported this endeavor. The money raised provides assistance for impoverished families and seniors in Kinney County and funds commodities. The Church Alliance, KCCA, operates solely on donations. They were especially grateful to Fort Clark Springs Association for providing the venue. Respectfully submitted, Katie Brown.
Thank you. Preservation.
We met on October 9th, and we discussed and voted on repairs for Dickman Hall that we have sent to the board. We have also resubmitted for your approval the bid to fix the service flood. We are also going to be sending classified ads into Uvalde paper, Alberti paper, and Kinney paper to try to get more people to see if there are any contractors who would be interested in bidding that we could just go ahead and call. That said, we may need to move to actually putting the actual bid in all the different papers, which will be a greater expense. So we're going to try the classified first, and we are working on that. And it's hard.
Constance, I have 2 construction contractors in Del Rio. One is DLP and one is Alice.LLC that do everything. They're actually coming up here on Wednesday to do some bidding for me.
Then I will get with you and let's talk about that. What we have run into with our contractors is that the ones that are coming from other places are double the cost. And we feel that we have to be financially responsible to the board and to the membership because it's the members' money that funds what we do. So, but I will get with you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Constance.
Yes, ma'am.
When your contractors are coming, would you be willing to look at the barn?
Oh, yes. We talked about that the other day.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were coming that soon, but
Well, yeah, they'll be here. And just to let you know, I gave them a very sad story about we're a historical, fort and, whatever you can be nice about, on your pricing, it would really help us because it's an amazing place. But, it would be nice if you could find it in your heart to, just bring the prices down a little bit. So we'll see what happens.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Little historical discount.
Yeah, there you go.
Recycle.
Yes, I sent in a grant again. This time for 15,000, which is the max that the Texas Recycle State Grant would offer. So we find out November 15th before our next board meeting. Hopefully, I can tell you that we got some money. And of course, that's for a new forklift. The other thing, the sneaker project is dead. I'm telling you, I got $3 from sending in a big, huge pile of sneakers. So I am no longer in the business of collecting old sneakers. They told me, I mean, I'm telling you, there were at least 3 pair out of 12 that were like brand new. And out of 12, they said, oh, 5 of them are no longer, I don't know what the word, they're disposable. So I thought, you know, wow. But in the meantime, I sent another 2 bags, so we'll see how much money they're probably. Oh, and they're going to charge $3 now for mailing. So you know,
Correct term.
there's no profit in collecting old sneakers. I'm sorry, and so and I guess that. Oh, and the other thing is we're going to close Halloween. So that's a Saturday, so we recycle center will be closed October 31st. So
That's a
that's
Thursday.
it.
Miss Elena, it's a Thursday.
Is it a Thursday? Okay, it's Thursday. I don't know. Anyway, it'll be closed. So that's it.
Right. Thank you, Helena.
You bet.
All right, election committee.
I'm gonna wait. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, let me do this first.
Oh, thank
I
you.
didn't staple them because I was on staple.
Nice job.
Like playing horseshoes.
And could you get Tony's to here?
Yes.
Here you go, Tony.
Ghost Tony.
How's that?
Okay, we met last week to do the timeline for the election. And I'll be putting in, or submitting Cassie a blurb for dispatch, asking for candidates. We're starting on that. On November 1st, I'm going to put the packet for the candidates, data sheet, and the instructions out at the golf course, the, I don't know what you're calling it, the gym, and of course, up in admin. On January 2nd, all the candidate data sheets and resumes for director are due by 5 p.m. at the admin office, and there are no exceptions. Get them in by 5 or you don't run unless you write it. Then the January 18 board meeting is scheduled for the drawing for ballot positions. The 29th is the 60 days before the annual meeting, which is the legal date of record for property owner membership. On February 5th, the committee will fold all of the ballots, count them out, bundle them up to get ready for mailing. Then on the 7th, we will be mailing it out. Depending on the number of candidates, 2 volunteers per candidate for the mailing. We may be asking our members to volunteer extra help if we don't have enough people to do the mailing. Okay. Then we'll have those out. We've always had that done by about 11 o'clock. Then on the March 14th is the deadline for ballots to be received by the auditor for verification and counting. Ballots received after this date will not be counted, and I'll remind all of our members that on the ballot are the instructions for mailing your ballot back. Please follow them. As we result last year, obviously did not. Then on March 15th is the regular board meeting, and at this point, the election committee's responsibilities end, and remaining responsibilities as far as replacing lost ballots will go to Tony, the board secretary. And the annual membership meeting this year is March 29th, and that's when the results will be announced. So we'll be starting to find some candidates to run, and we would appreciate board members and members in general providing some interested names. And so we can have good election this year. Any questions?
Yes. How many positions are open?
2.
Whose position?
It's Tony and Lisa. Tony's in Lisa's position.
Secretary and President.
And then next year, let's just 1 position. And that would be Jonathan. Any other questions? Board?
No.
No, thank you so much, Sandy.
Charlie and I will make an appointment with you to go over your responsibilities.
Yes, you're gonna have to do that.
And I've already given Gabby hers because she also has to be aware of this because she's getting the list and stuff ready.
Yes,
Cassie's been through this. She can help. All right, thank you.
thank you.
Thank you. All right, community council report.
Yay, Janet.
Hi, Janet. Love your shirt.
Thank you. Fort Clark Days, it's going fabulous. We've got all of our what do they call it? Chairman, thank you. All our chairmen filled. Need volunteers though. Our t-shirt contest ended on October 15th, so we're gonna be sending out a digital platform to be able to vote on the winner. I think we've got what, 4 of them? 3 or 4 designs. So that's exciting. So it's going really well. Our next meeting for Clark Days is actually tomorrow at 1:30 in the boardroom. So y'all come. The adult center, we're concerned about you guys going to be moving over there possibly. The office, it's a rumor. I hope it stays a
It's a
rumor
rumor.
because we have funds and we want to work on restoring it for our historians to come in during Fort Clark Days, because they used to stay there all the time. So anyway, post theater flooring, you already talked about that. Wiley is,
I haven't talked with
Warren,
Warren yet, but I will. I'll get with him.
and you know we volunteer for it.
Yes, ma'am.
Wait a minute.
Kinda like over there.
The fall festival, community council is looking to a booth for putting out our Fort Clark Day stuff and also a booth for the raffle. But we also are concerned because we get charged for the spot. But considering we're a 501(c), we shouldn't be charged for it.
We will not charge you for the spot.
Okay. The roads, you talked about that. Yay. Because that's a subject that comes
Oh,
up every
gosh.
time for last year.
Yes.
So, and the striping, okay, the other thing is the FUD. The information
Yes,
that Stephanie had sent you.
yes, I have it from her and I also have it from Annabelle, so it is something I'm gonna be looking at next week.
Okay.
As long as I don't have people just dropping by the office that want to talk, I'll have to close my door and just say I'm busy, but yes,
Yes, okay.
I have all the
Yeah,
information.
I know you were busy with the budget and all that first,
Yes.
so, and now that's gone, so, but you've got the festival and everything coming.
Well, and to add to that with the fund, previously we have reached out to the government twice and they have refused to respond on that, through that. So
maybe they're
we'll
trying
just,
to-
maybe,
you know,
maybe.
Maybe.
Yeah, hopefully so. I mean, anyway. All right, also community council, we've got 2 terms that are expiring. So we're looking for people to come in. So come to our board meeting, that's November 9th. And that's when our next meeting is.
What are those positions?
They are for secretary and vice president positions.
Ah, Francis, you're so.
Yeah, she's in there. I'm one that's, but the 2 people that are there, me and HN, are offering to do it again, so.
Okay,
But we already have one person that's lost the ring in the hat.
okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Charlene.
The solution to your problem with the office and the visits is to put up a fee.
Do you know it would be great if I did that?
Just right.
Just a thought.
All right, email votes. Turn on my page. Motion to approve paying the insurance in a lump sum of $81,547.03, saving us $4,995.03 in interest. Was approved with the unanimous vote. The amount that we save on the finance charges was a lot more than what we would have gained leaving it in
Yeah.
and collecting
Well, they were gonna
interest.
charge us 11.5%
Yeah.
interest.
So
Yeah.
that was the unanimous vote. The second email vote, a motion for an email vote and to allow the contract to be amended for hunting to be allowed in the gun club lease with 20% of the profits shared with the gun club for future upgrades. A second motion was made to amend it to make it clear. Motion for an email vote to allow the contract to be amended for hunting to be allowed on the gun club lease premises with 20% of the proceeds from deer harvested would be shared with the gun club for future upgrades. The vote was unanimous and the motion passed. A motion was made to approve the new monthly rate for the stables. We are setting aside that due to more information that Charlene received. Sorry.
Yeah.
And so
It'll be.
the amount was lower to what was originally voted on. And I believe that's part of the daily operations and doesn't need a vote from us.
Yes, because it's only an agreement.
It's
not a
only an
contract.
agreement.
Right.
It's not like releasing to an outside entity.
And it was based on feedback from the members. And I told them I'm always open to working with them. And I was very happy to go from 65 to 50.
And with and that is always, we're always looped in anyway. So and the members themselves have a recourse if they don't like, if they're not satisfied, they can always request to meet with the board. So item number 4, Dickman Hall AC repair. A motion to approve payment to Reyes AC of $1,679 for repair of the AC unit at Dickman Hall. 4 voted yes and 1 vote no for both. So the motion passed.
So is that just AC for the floor area?
No, it was the middle section that went out. It was blowing. Part of that I think was covered by
It was
by
on
warranty because it's only a couple years old, but it doesn't include labor or something like that. So
Exactly.
all right. Discussion action items. Item number 1, discussion of conduct of a board member. We're gonna set that aside. Jason has apologized and nothing further needs to be said. The next item is the variance for Rocky Lane, Unit 27. So the original variance was put in, but and that was approved, but we are revisiting that. I can find my paperwork now. Because it was not put in the same place as the original variance. So they were requesting a second variance to approve it in the different location. Have you all had a chance to look at the paperwork on
For some
that?
reason, I couldn't get all of that information. Is it possible to give just a real brief explanation of what we're talking about here? We had previously approved the variance, right?
Yes, we previously approved the variance to be, if you are facing the premises from the airport, from the runway itself, the pad was to be on the right-hand side. The apron was to be on the right-hand side. That was moved, well, not moved, it was put on the left-hand side. So a notice was sent out that it wasn't according to variance. And the member came in and worked with Charlena, and we have a new variance to approve or not approve for it being on the opposite side. Does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. However, I think to be clear for the membership, why, in fact, was it a variance to begin with? Is that because it was putting the pad onto what was known to be Fort property?
Yes, and this is it's to make access from their property to the airport, but they also have, as a part of that variance, they pay the improvement to the tax assessors. The Fort is not paying the tax on that portion of the property.
Okay, so when we approved the first variance, was there any action taken at that time to fix the record at the tax office to ensure that the member was going to be paying taxes on that property? And if it was, it sounds to me like that needs to be corrected.
My understanding is I don't know if it's been corrected to the new. I'm sorry.
Appraisal people are supposed to come out this next month.
Okay, the appraisal people are coming out this next month.
Okay, and that of course is dependent on us approving this variance, which is really no different than the original request for a variance, just a different location.
Different location, yes.
Yeah. Okay, well, my only concern would have been that we make sure we get the records clear at the tax office or the appraisal office as to who is responsible for the taxes on what piece of property. And if that has been addressed and can be corrected, then I move that we approve this variance.
Do I have a second?
I second the motion to approve Mr. Lane's variance.
Is there, just a second, please. Is there any more questions that you have from the board?
Is it common property or Fort Clark specific property, or does that make any difference? Like, is it green space? What's the designation of where this thing's built?
I mean, all of the area is common property that isn't owned by the membership. So, I mean, green space is usually what we designate, like between, the green spaces between houses and that type of thing. This is to access from their backyard for a plane onto the airport. Yes.
Has the homeowner paid for this common property? Have they paid the Fort a price, money for this property that they've taken?
I don't think we can sell common property without a membership vote.
Well, then we can take a membership vote because this does happen quite a bit around here.
How do we do that? We have to send out ballots like an election.
I think you can take a vote by email or some other method that would be cheaper, but I do think it does need to be addressed because we have people who have repeatedly taken some property and, then we all go, well, that's awful. You shouldn't do that. But there's no consequence for it.
Well, this was a specific variance that was given.
But it's still, it is property.
Disconnected. Connected to mobile device.
Away from there.
I understand your concerns and, there has been a history. I think at this point, anything found on common property that does not have a variance, newer, the architecture committee is taking care of. But variances that have been granted in the past.
But variances are for property that members already own. They're not for.
No.
Yeah, I believe that's correct.
No, it's for both.
And also cover common property because architect has no common property. So that's a board decision.
But does the board have that real authority legally? For real?
Yes.
They do?
Elected representatives who provide variances.
Can't sell it. We can give it.
We're not
Giving
giving it. It's a variance
It's
to
just-
use it and
Yeah,
they're
just
paying the
variance for
taxes
usage, not
on it.
variance for ownership.
And my understanding is if they sell the house, then that would have to go back to the original.
No, the variance goes with the house.
Oh, it does.
It
Okay.
does go with the
So we
house.
are kind of giving it, basically, perpetually.
Well, I think this would be if this wants to be a discussion for another day, we can, but not today. Mr. Lane,
It's not ownership property. It's just a variance to use that property and we're gonna pay taxes. So it's not ownership. It's just the use of it. Therefore, pay. So
Does it pass when the property?
I get
yes.
the deal itself, the property itself, it was, we're gonna put a pad on there and then we're gonna have to pay taxes. So I don't know.
Well, and Mr. Lane, just to clear that up a little bit, the improved value of what you're asking for a variance on, the taxes on that would be significantly more than that of just the dirt that existed before.
Sorry, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
I'm saying that essentially the improved value of the property with the slab on it is going to be more than what existed there before.
My property is, yes.
Well, I'm talking about the common property variance. So what you're going to end up having to take ownership of will end up being more money paid, into the system, call it taxes. I mean, it's kind
I
of
don't own it. I don't own it. but I
Right.
like the taxes.
I mean, I think it's more of a win for the,
It's just like the person's next door.
Yeah.
Exactly the same.
And it's a 5 foot, right?
Sorry?
It's just a 5 foot encroachment. Is that what it is? I think a 5 foot
5 foot.
encroachment, 5 by 30, right? That encroaches into it, or is it the whole?
No, the pad itself is 30 by 28.
Right.
Airport committee got together and we signed it for leveled up with the Perkins and make sure that the drainage and everything was good on it. And so we weren't too close to their pad and still had drainage in between.
and so a couple things. The neighbors are good with it.
Oh, yeah.
Perkins, everybody's good with
They're
it.
the one helping me lay that out.
And I think in some situations, Ms. Kilgore's concerns are, very, very valid.
Yeah.
But I think in this situation, who would have thought that people would be putting a plane on, at the back of their property at the airport? That was probably not something in its conceptual model that we thought would have happened. And I mean, something like this may have been foreseeable and might have been a variance in the very beginning that, hey, if you're going to have a plane, and you have a property that butts up to the airport and all these steps get taken, that it might be something that was acceptable in the beginning.
Yeah, I can see that line. It's going to be a good selling point for whoever buys.
Yes, sir.
And it's good for the port too.
So this has been going on the port for decades. And what happens is an owner gets a variance to do something that encroaches on common property. It improves the tax value. They say they're going to pay for it. Fine, whatever. Everyone agrees on it now. But then the next generation comes around. This property has assigned this encroachment that is supposed to be common property. It gets fenced off, whatever. It's considered part of their own properties. It's considered part of their own property. And then the future is like, well, how did this happen? This property now has this extra piece. It improves their value. And it's not really considered common property, as in if I walked across it, which I should be allowed to, as I have since I was a child. It's, it seems like I'm trespassing, but I'm not. This has happened over and over and over. And I want you to have a pad for your plane on the airport. It makes sense. That's nice and all.
Understand what you're talking about.
But this happens not at the airport, all over the place, along the creek, etc. And it has been a recurring problem here that people are like, well, how this happened? Well, 30 years ago, a variance happened, and now there's a chain crossing what should be common property to allow people to walk through, like I have since I was a child, but it's a problem. So
We have a trail.
it's not a specific issue to your pad, but it's a general problem for the fort and variance. That's my thought.
Thank you. Yeah, no, I appreciate that. And I don't want to get into, a full-blown discussion on this in general, but I will say that in 2017, when the declaration was changed, that's why the variances were put to the board and not to the architecture. Because that's very hard, for one, for the architecture they're just volunteers. I mean, we're all volunteers, but they're not elected. And a lot of that happened. But since 2017, I think most of that, and since I've been on the board and was on there has been hardly, if any, that have gone into common property. Most of it has been they're into their setback on their own property, which needs a variance because of setbacks.
So is there a policy dictating on what the variances are?
No, I mean,
How
that's
you
why it's a
file
variance.
for why you need a variance?
Well, the policy is they have to give their reason why. And
Now, is there a policy? In your guidelines, is there a policy in there showing what the variance should be and how you go about doing it?
you mean like in our governing documents?
Yes.
No, there isn't. There's just through the architecture and their processes.
Okay.
It just says that the board is the one that grants or denies, and then there is a process to in 209 to appeal if you don't like the decision that was made.
Yeah, you probably don't want to get into that.
So I think,
Well-
to your point, I think, and those are great points. And I think the only other one Robert back here, we gave him a variance for a driveway to go across on Pecan Road. But it doesn't change anybody's access to, quote unquote, walk through the property. You can walk across the driveway. I'm sure he's not an aggressive man. He's not going to shoot you. But in this case, in this case, the airport is already a restricted property. You cannot walk on the airport. In order to go into the airport, you have to, get the keys to the gate, and then go in there. And you have to have permission to be in there.
I understand that. My comment is more as actually he's pointed out, that maybe there should be a little more description in the language of like variances
Outline of a variance.
relative to common property. And it is this is out of reaction to things past, I understand, but it's also to prevent the confusion or in the future. I don't think extra language. All I'm saying is maybe there should be some time put some extra language in variances relative to common property.
Maybe you should create a new committee.
These are fun.
That's all.
Yeah, no, those are valid. Thank you.
Yeah, that is very valid. Yes.
Sorry, Sandy was up over there first.
Okay. It's very simple. A variance is given when any request for a property change, common property or private, is not according to the CCNRs for that unit. So if what you are doing to your property, common property belongs to all of us, so that's an obvious one. But if what you are doing to your property or anything else is different from what the CCNRs say for your unit, that is a variance, and you can approve it for it. Very easy. It's right in there.
There's no policy stating that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's what a variance is. In other words, you're required.
In the CCNR, yes.
When you live in your unit, you are required to follow the CCNRs for that unit. If you decide to do something that is not allowed by those CCNRs, a variance is required. So.
But there isn't any documentation or anything showing what you should do to get the variance.
Well, when you take your permit for whatever it is you want to do to your property to the architectural committee, they will tell you whether that is out of you should know because you have your own CCNRs, but they'll tell you whether that is out of bounds of the CCNRs. And then provide you with the form and the information for the variance.
And you were given your CCNRs with your packet when you moved here, and I moved you to read them.
But
The other thing is for decades, you pointed out, the use or variances for common property have caused some of the biggest headaches that we've had in the 14 years I've been here. And stretching back airport, the hangar that was built without the house first.
Yeah.
And people being allowed, and the next person that comes around and wants to do the same thing, you can't say no to.
Yeah,
Well, you
well, we are.
You can, but it's harder to say no, especially if it's the exact same circumstances.
Yeah.
So, just to, you know,
so the variances to the CCNRs and the CCNRs stop at your property boundary.
the CCNR stop, that's for your unit.
Yeah.
Again, that's something we really need to
So,
rewrite.
so
for every
should it
unit.
even be called a variance? Do we need another term besides a variance? Because what are we
Well,
varying
but
from?
we're getting in the weeds now because we're discussing this variance, and we could have an entire workshop, which you know is
You're
possible.
varying from the CCNR, that's why it's called.
Yeah. So Linda had her hand up, and
Well,
then
just
we're
have
gonna
one quick question.
move on.
When something like this is approved by the board and it's going to, it's going to be involved with that property for the foreseeable future, should something like that be recorded in the land records? That way it doesn't, when that property transfers and some attorney's doing the title search, he's gonna now know, oh, there's something going on here with this. And that needs to be addressed with the Ben board and be included in the contract or whatever it is. But to me, if you put it in the land records for the fee of, minimal fee,
Right.
now you have notified the world that it's.
And that may have been happening in the past, but unfortunately, you know, as we all know, institutional knowledge here is lost all the
I
time.
never
But
heard
it is
recorded.
it is definitely and it goes in their file. But that is definitely something
I think you
that
should
we can
consider
yeah.
that.
And how do we enforce someone paying the taxes on that? Say he sells his house next year and the new person says, I don't give a crap, that's not on my property. I didn't do it. I'm not paying it. How can we force them?
Because
Have a
that's part
contract
of
with
that's
them, or what
Take it
is
away
it?
from them.
that's
Yeah,
part
take it away from
and
them.
that's part of the resale certificate that they get at the time. That they will know ahead of time what it is, and then they can choose whether to
And the language.
buy
should
it
be
or not.
in the document that you recorded, that if you don't want, if any future owners don't want this, then we will.
Yes.
At whose cost?
At the board's cost.
No, it would be the owner's cost.
Well,
Yeah.
you.
Yeah, because if you're going to buy a property, it's on you. If you accept a property like it is, or you don't buy the property.
Right.
Or
It's
you-
listed in the deed. They got something to talk about.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Probably
Yeah.
comes with
Yeah.
her.
Yes.
Should it be in the clerk's file?
Well, that's what we were just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Recorded in the land record.
So
Yeah.
I've got it. I've got it down with. We need to come back to the vote that's on the floor.
So have any of y'all been out in my place and look at it?
Yes.
See what it is?
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Yes, I have. Well, not on your property. I've been on the runway and seen it. Yes.
Really?
Yeah.
You saw where it was originally, I think right now is the place it could have been. It was just, I got 6 foot by 7 foot windows in the front there. And I got a screens up there to keep the.
Well, the issue was that it wasn't put where it was supposed to be, and that's why we're here. So,
Just a quick question. Does any of these variances affect the amount of land that's supposed to be remain common property on the fort?
we have in
People are making
excess.
roads, that's taking away from common property.
Yes, it is.
This is this.
I believe we're
Those are
below
all
our
valid
threshold
questions,
of
but
common
right now
property,
we are on
1,600
this variance, and that's. I'm sorry. We've got notes, and we'll look into all of that, and there are valid concerns, but right now we're on this variance. So, a motion has been made. Is that correct, Tony? You made the motion.
Yes.
I seconded the motion.
All right. And do you have any more questions? Okay. Then all in favor?
I'm abstaining.
Okay, so three yeses and 1 abstain. The motion passes. And yes, and will you please, once the tax office is out there, please get with Ms. Charlene.
And anybody else wants to come look at it, you're welcome to come look.
All right. Reserve fund discussion.
You had a beautiful wedding.
Okay, this is a discussion on how it says reserve fund, and I apologize, it should have said restricted fund, which is what we call the fund that we pay for the historical and other items. So I'm going to read to you from the declaration. The board may levy assessments for the purpose of establishing a restricted fund, which at this point with the assessment increase is $550 per lot membership per month, to defray the cost of creating subdivisions, provisions for offsite improvements, capital improvements, reserves for replacement and maintenance, historical preservation, and the maintenance of any debt service, public or private. All expenditures from this restricted fund must be approved by a majority of the vote of the board members, which is why we
I don't know why the door was.
You're not muted, Tony.
We do like hearing your voice.
Which is why we voted for the AC repair at Dickman, because that came out of the restricted fund. Because that would have been below her threshold and we wouldn't have needed to vote on that. And so there's been some different ideas on how we go about and what we use the restricted funds for. So this was put on here to have that discussion as to what we see. I'm going to go ahead and read what else I have. A capital improvement is defined as a substantial modification, upgrade, or enhancement to the property or facility that increases its value or extends its life. Some examples are new construction, new buildings, major renovations, infrastructure like roads, utilities, and large, like large purchases for equipments to improve efficiency. So those are all definitions of a capital improvement. A reserve fund is simply a pool of money set aside by an organization, such as a homeowner's, to cover expenses related to the maintenance, repair, or replacement of common property elements. Our fund, our restricted fund, is basically it's neither a capital fund or a reserve fund, and yet it's both at the same times. We have kind of our restricted fund, given the way our documents are written, have kind of piled in things from a reserve fund and things from like a capital fund. So, does anybody want to add? I know that you.
My opinion is the reason we have this is for future repairs and maintenance. Oh, my opinion on why we have that restricted fund is for future repairs and major maintenance, like roads, roofs, not $1,600 AC repairs under warranty. If we need two budgets, a restricted fund budget and an operations budget. We had money allotted for AC repairs in the operations budget, like $9,000, but it was chosen to take it out of the restricted fund, which I was the one that voted against that because I think that there's guardrails in place for our future. And if we just take any maintenance out of there, it should be a planned thing. So that way we can grow this place. The motel needs 100,000. I'm making up a number on the electrical. Potentially a very large electrical repair. We should have the money in the reserve fund for that. So we don't have to go, hey, everybody, special assessment. Let's get 100 grand out of the membership and fix the electrical. That's why we should leave the money in there for the most part until we have something major, not nickel and dime it the way that's been done in the past. That's my opinion. And when it says future repairs and maintenance, future, just because it has the word maintenance, if you read the entire paragraph and check the context of that,
It doesn't say future.
It doesn't say future.
it does not say future.
It does not say future.
Well, repairs and maintenance then.
Yeah.
So I just agree with it. I think we need a restricted fund budget. It shows how much money we're taking in there, how much money we might be able to take out of there, so we can make plans for things like, hey, Creekside needs major renovations, so we can have things in there. Let's dump $50,000 into it. cool, let's get it from there, maybe. You know, make some choices on this style of thing, not nickel and diamond. So that's just my opinion.
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but on the operating budget, that's for your general maintenance.
General maintenance. So I'm just gonna be honest with you all. I worked with military for 13 and a half years, and we call our CRR, capital repair and replacement. And anything that was $1,000 and over that could give a 5+ year extension to the life of anything was considered a capital repair and replacement. It didn't matter. It was for streets, for ACs, for flooring, for roofing. All of that was in there. And that extended the life of your infrastructure, your home, whatever it was, that extended it. Whether it be an AC, because that was an expensive fix for that AC. That right now in our operation budget, we just don't have that money because we're not bringing in the money right now. Now, obviously, with what Jason said, he's got a point. We should have a budget, yes. But to also answer Constance, this stuff has been going on for years. It didn't happen overnight that we don't have some of these funds. For whatever reason, I can't go in. I won't say what I feel. I just think basically maybe not managed well enough. But it's not going to happen overnight for us to get to the point that we need to be. But at the same time, the definition is capital repair and replacement. That's what it is. That's the definition. And you can ask, this was a military base. I grew up with military. So it is instilled in me what that is. And so in a way, I agree and disagree with Jason, but I agree that we have to have a budget, and it is something I'm going to be working on to help, but it's going to take a lot of time. And I feel that that AC, I asked for it to come out of the restricted because that's where it needed to come out of. And I will stand by that decision 100%.
So if we have $9,000 for AC parts and labor in the operations budget, what makes this special and what would make another AC
Because of
repair?
the cost.
Cost is not even in your
I just
spending
told you what the
limit.
cost meant.
That's with your military background. This is a historic military base. We're not running under the federal
It's the
government right
same
now.
CNRR everywhere.
It's not what our documents say. Like you can,
What she just read it.
yeah, I mean, those can be interpreted a lot of different
Well, it
ways.
can be, exactly, interpretation.
And we've got a lot of bad interpretations of things in the
Yes,
history
we
of this
do.
place.
Is this restricted earning interest?
Yes.
Yes,
Let me,
yes, ma'am.
oh, I have a few things.
Yes, some of it's infidelity, and then the rest of it, we just moved, well, a lot of it's being tied up by the surety bond, like 180 grand or something is being tied up by the dump surety bond. And that is why we moved it to Amistad to get 4% on a CD that's locked in for the next year there. So that 180 grand is over there. Even if we want to repair ACs, we can't because it's tied up in there. So we have a little more limited restricted funds than we do in our operating funds at this moment, which is why I thought we should just cut it out of operations.
I want to point a couple things out. I think it was mentioned earlier. We talked about accrual accounting and then cash basis accounting. 99.9% of us all use cash based accounting for your home and your checkbook. So until you actually have a check posted in your account, you don't spend that money or consider it yours. Accrual accounting is, well, I did a job and I think I'm going to get $15,000, but I'm not really sure, but we're going to go ahead and count it on our books. And then at the end of the year, you reconcile everything and you go, oh crap, we're $100,000 in the deficit. Okay. If you just look at this one chart, annual totals for net income, we're in the negative, averaging probably around $200,000 every single year. And the only years that were above that, and only slightly, probably 10,000 and maybe 20,000, were in 2019, 2020, 2020, and 2021. Obviously, during COVID, we had all the income from the motel and the RV park. So we always run in the negative. If we run in the negative, I can guarantee you that every single one of these years, money came out of the restricted fund for tons of things that fell within this category. So my point would simply be is that if we know we're going to bring in $1 million, but we're going to spend $1 million, it doesn't matter where you move money around or where it comes from. it's still just $1 million. We can create 30 accounts and say, well, 5% goes here, and this is a savings account for this. We can spread money all over the world, but it's all going to come right back at the end of the day and get spent because we're always running a deficit. So there's no, until this chart is inverted and looks like this, there is no savings account. The money doesn't exist. It never has existed. So until this chart is inverted, we will not have money to fix Dickman Hall, to do road improvements, and to do all the other stuff that all of us desperately want to do. And so I voted in favor of it coming out of the restricted fund for two reasons. One, it does fall within the parameters of the wording and the language of capital improvements, comma, reserves for replacement and maintenance. So it does fall within the guidelines, but also because I think that Charlena, just getting done with a budget, and this happened right after we approved the budget, should be able to put her best foot forward and try to achieve her goal and not of staying within her budget and not get slammed right off the bat. That's just my personal opinion. Trying to.
Copies of that budget?
Huh?
Do we have copies of the budget here for the membership?
It was.
Yeah, it was here last
given
meeting.
At the last
I think
meeting,
you have them at the front, don't you?
I believe so, unless they've all been.
Yeah, I saw one up there a while back. There it
Yeah,
is.
it might still be. Up
And yeah.
So my attitude is that we should take it out of the operations budget so that if their operations budget looks negative at the end of the year, so be it. Then we need to trim that down so we can operate under the amount of money that we have. We can use the money that we have for future so this place doesn't degrade into a crumbling bunch of buildings like you see in the sided streets in Brackettville. That's the
But
reason.
that's Jason, that's all conjecture because you're making the point that if we make one budget look good and one budget look bad, that somehow we now have more money. We don't have more
I
money.
never said
It's
we
the
have
exact.
more money.
Then where's the money going to come from to
I'm
make
not
the
saying where it
improvements?
should come from, but if you take it out of that budget and that budget's negative, I mean, we're not out of operating money right now. We're not. If we run out, then maybe we got to pull money out of there.
That chart says it's a fact we're going to run out. It's a fact. We're
Well,
going to
if we
run
don't
out.
trim down our spending and find a way to spend capital money that can make us more money, hell yeah, we're going to go
Okay,
negative.
so we just got done doing the budget. What should we trim down?
Plenty. I'm sure we can find.
Because I can tell you right now that Charlena's, expectation of, I believe, $85,000 in the maintenance budget, we're going to blow it.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, we
trimmed
blew
it
that.
down. I trimmed it down from over $140,000.
I was going to say, I thought it was 150 when Peterson was here.
It might have been.
And it's trimmed down to 85 or whatever it is now. We're going to blow it.
The reality is we probably need to do a special assessment, honestly. Like we probably should do one every single year. If we're that negative, we probably should bang the membership for a special assessment every single year. We probably should have been doing it for the last 10 years, every single year.
I think what your chart doesn't show is that you're right? Like in past years, and Miss Ballou told me this maybe a year ago. She said something. I don't ever get those assessment, things for your taxes. So if you think about it, we pay $140,000 in taxes right now. Mm-hmm. That used to get charged to the membership at the end of the year. That bill would go out and then it got paid. So essentially, the operational budget has absorbed that money because we don't send that out anymore.
I mean, when's the last time we did one? The last I heard one was 2019 when my mom died and I got banged up for late fees. Yes, I didn't know about it.
I don't know which one. I know there was one, I think done in 21, but I don't know if it was for property tax or a special assessment. It was one or the other.
Take a poll. Who in here thinks a special assessments are a good idea for the long-term longevity of this place?
Nobody thinks it's a good idea.
Couple people do.
They're not going to say yes.
Is it necessary? Is it necessary?
Well, I don't know. Look at those negatives. Is it necessary?
Okay. It's been done in the past.
Well,
There are other options besides just asking for more money.
Like what?
Well, I'll tell you.
All right.
One of the things.
No, I'm.
One of the things is looking at some of the things that we're doing, we're losing money. Why do we continue to do some of those things? We haven't looked at that I've seen. So do an assessment. I understand the budget. Okay, so we go on. But we haven't looked at that. Are there some things that we can eliminate?
Well, I can assure you, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. I can assure you, since she's been here, that's all she's done is assess each department and where we're losing money and how can we shore up money. And the board not as aggressively has looked at it for the last year as to what, money leaking out or whatever. And I used to think, oh, we're just blowing all our money, but we're not. And it just costs a lot. I mean, you heard $300,000 for insurance. I'm trying to think of something. If you have labor of $1.2 million, and then our assessments are $1.2 million.
Well, with everything, all your FICA and all that, it's 1.6 million,
Yeah.
and the assessments equal 1.6
We
million.
probably
Yeah.
need to do both. Trim the fat, charge the assessments. I mean, like, to really get ahead of this thing, we probably need to start doing that. I know people don't want to pay extra, don't want to do this. I mean, I got a dozen properties. Do me a special assessment, it's not gonna be significant. So I'll take one for the team,
Yeah, sorry, somebody in the back had,
Yeah, I have,
and
I
then
have something to say. All right, so I don't have a problem with paying more if that's what I need to do. But before I start paying more, all those that don't pay at all, $500,000, that needs to be collected, or those people need to be out. And then I'll be more than happy to pay an extra amount.
That's where all our
I hear
legal
you.
fees has come
yeah,
from.
and that's that is a huge
So
focus.
All that money you're talking about, that 500,000, all of it.
Oh, well, trust me, when I say this, every single day we're on the phone and we're sending out letters to people who are delinquent. We have people that are at legality. Let me finish.
Okay.
We have people that are at the point that they're getting foreclosures. We now have new lawyers, a new firm that's going to help us, that's going to cut the cost on what we have to pay them. And we will be putting liens on people's property ASAP. That has been my number one priority. But guess what? That didn't happen right away. This has happened years.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't take 1 year to get to $500,000. So past GMs or past people that have worked here have not done what they needed to do in collecting delinquent
Right,
accounts.
exactly. I have been here for way too many years.
Me too.
Okay. Actually,
Now, hold on.
But I also know that a neighbor of mine, not where I live now, but a neighbor of mine had been kicked out of his home years ago. Because he did not pay. He did not pay. And he had to give up his home. And that's okay. I like the guy very well. That's not the point. But I hated to see that had to happen to him. And yet there's so many others. I mean, treat everybody the same, do fair. But yeah, let's get the money from the ones that don't pay, and I'll be glad to pay more.
And I am telling you, we are working on it. We are working on it
Thank
all
you.
the time.
It's good to see someone.
All right,
doing
once, okay, so
just wanted to ask
she,
you
and then you, and then you.
Which was, we're glad you're here, Shirley, and taking charge of this, because I think that's the other step to what you said, Jason. Make the assessments as needed, but also let's look at what we're doing, and what we're doing,
absolutely.
what we're doing correct, and continue, because I'd like to be able to stay here a long time.
Yeah, and you know what? Me too. And I will tell you this too. We have these amazing buildings here that have not been rented out. And that's income. And that's what, a lot of people don't realize the things that I'm doing behind the scenes. But I read the comments on Facebook. I read the negativity on there. But not one of those people call the office ever to ask questions. But we are working consistently to rent out our venues because that's what's going to bring the money. We're working to improve, to bring more people at the golf course. And it's not losing money like everybody thinks it is. It is expensive, but we are looking at other ways to bring in more money. We're using our other venues. We're even looking at Dickman to rent it out for special parties that they can. We've already got somebody that's going to rent it out. So I am looking at every single building to bring in money so we don't have this deficit. But you guys, it can't happen overnight. I've only been here 6 months. And I'm working because I love the fort. And I'm actually going to get emotional right now because I actually am buying land here because I love it that much. Just because I don't necessarily live here doesn't mean that I didn't drive past this place every time I went to San Antonio from Del Rio. I'm a military girl. What a better place to work.
You can get back on lot owners.
I know. Really. But look,
I haven't missed it at all.
I tell you what, I know
I think it's
every
hilarious.
single one of your concerns, and I'm working them. Every time you mention it, I've already looked at it. But it's going to take some time, and I'm going to get all the negativity, which I have been beaten like no tomorrow. I'm a crazy GM. I have a GOAT diploma from freaking college. You wouldn't believe the stuff that they say, and it is just from adults. It's amazing that I have to listen to that. But guess what? You'll never see me say anything negative ever because my mom taught me better than that. And I will do my very best to you all every single day. And that's a promise I will never break.
I think Sandy, thank you. Sandy was next, and then
I always have something. First of all, just to add to it, the definition, a capital improvement is a permanent structural change or repair to a property that increases its value or extends its life.
Exactly.
This one was right. Repairing air conditioner is not a capital improvement.
but a reserve.
Just throwing it out there, and that's under the commercial bill.
Yes.
It
Yes,
doesn't
but
put the life bill.
but our restricted fund is not a capital improvement fund.
No, but it is, it does say capital improvements as part of it. And
Yes.
it was named, historically, it used to be named the impound. Which is,
And I will say,
has nothing to do with
The-
what we do here. It was changed to restricted account on purpose because the funds are restricted to only certain uses. But what I also wanted to say is to answer your question, the last major special assessment was several years ago. I was still on the board actually, for the garbage truck. And we had a specific amount of money that we were asking for, and then we assessed it accordingly to each person, a one-time assessment, but it had to be a specific reason for the special assessment, not just to cover everything that you know,
Because I-
spent too much.
I'd say I'm not thrilled with a lot of changes that were made to the taxation and the bylaws, and they were made by the board that was, every single one of them was voted off the island. So any changes made
No,
to that,
that's not true.
That's
No?
That's not true. That declaration was done in 2017 before that ever
so
happened.
so that same board wasn't in there in 2017?
No.
No.
No?
No.
Okay, well, no.
David Palmer, and then we're gonna bring this discussion back in a little bit.
Thank you, everybody who doesn't know me. I'm David Palmer, making a non-political announcement. Maybe.
It needs to be on the topic we're talking about.
So, well, it is.
Okay.
So this is, thank you for the segue, whatever you call, into my point. That I would like to share with everybody. We've looked at these charts and we can see that, the financial situation is what it is. So I have this great idea for a win-win for everybody to move the chart, back into the green, possibly. We all know that water is such a huge thing here. You guys have emphasized it in prior meetings. Water's a big deal, and water moves the line, let's say. So we all know the election's coming up. It's a stressful time for everybody, and your vote is free. So your vote is free. Nobody knows how you vote. Show up and vote. I'm not going to say who to vote for. You could probably intuit that by my name. But it's a win-win. It's free, and it can move the line in the direction you want to move it. Thank you very much.
David, that was well played. I have to say, to tie the water into our
I can't
financial
say who to
situation,
vote
that was
either,
good.
but I'll tell
That
you
was good.
later.
Well, okay, let me drop back in. So we know what our this is a good conversation, and we all know, and as she said, everybody here, everybody on the board, and Charlena is working diligently to put us on better footing and to put us in a better place. It's why we're protesting the taxes that we feel we're being double taxed. I mean, we're working in every possible way that we can. But back to the restricted fund. It's basically written as a catch-all for capital improvements, offsite improvements, replacement and maintenance, historical preservation. That fund will never be enough to do what we need to do. My opinion is for those things that are not scheduled maintenance, for those surprises that are above whatever threshold, if the board wants to, casually set one, should come out of the restricted fund. It's not for spark plugs, it's not for light bulbs. I mean, but those things will eat up a lot of what she already has in the operating budget just for the day-to-day regular maintenance. So when something breaks, when something, goes out, depending on the cost, I believe that needs to come out of the restricted fund personally. And I think we've discussed possibly putting on the ballot to see about doing a reserve survey, which is anywhere from $30,000 to $60,000. But I think it's absolutely vital that we do that. And then we can have a discussion on, okay, do we start a reserve fund? Because this is not a reserve fund. So, and where do we find the money to start a reserve fund? But that's a bigger question. But I think with the reserve study, then we can see everything that is out there and make better and more informed decisions. That's my opinion. Are there any other thoughts?
I pretty much agree with most of that. I think sometimes that we'll have to look at this on a case by case basis, but I think for surprise costs that would not be considered quote unquote normal, that a lot of the time they should come out of the restricted fund.
You want to say anything?
Can't beat a dead horse all day, so no.
It's okay. It's all right to have, a different opinion.
No, it's good to hear everybody's and hopefully, shift our views sometimes. I don't want to be stuck in something that I absolutely think is right if I'm not right. So I'd rather hear other opinions.
The lady behind Mr. Bitters, she had
Charlene.
And I just wanted to say, and I've said this before at another meeting, I've been here 30 years. And when I moved in, I said, boy, this place is cheap. It's a wonderful place. But they don't charge enough money to keep it up. And so every time the assessments are going to be raised, everybody starts fussing. I think I'm one of the few that says, yay, because we can maybe accomplish a little bit more and finish a few more things. And don't give me this stuff about everybody. I live on a budget and I can't afford it. Well, so do I. So does everybody. No matter what you make, you're going to spend. So, unless you're a really good saver. And Charlene, if you'll remember, I told you when you first got here, be very strong, have a very strong skin, or you won't make it here. Because if you live from people from all over walks of life, and they cannot keep their mouth shut. Well, I'm doing my very best. I have a lot of support from a lot of the members that are here that do appreciate it, and I think I've made some good friends. So I'm a happy camper.
And I want to say, I appreciate everyone's input, whether I agree or disagree, or any of us. And I appreciate the fact that y'all have a passion and that you care and that you're here. And we can always learn from each other. We can always see a different perspective. And so,
It's time to sing
thank you.
Kumbaya.
Not a good singer.
Who's gonna start it?
Average, so,
Don't read off.
bring up our average just a little.
Hey, Tony, do you have anything you want to put in there? He's glitching a little bit. Are you on mute, Tony?
Yeah.
Short answer is no.
Thank you. Well, this was a discussion item and not something we were gonna vote
I
on.
have something else to say. It's about the pool. Are we continually throughout the winter gonna be refilling on Thursdays?
Only, every other week.
Every other week.
Why do we need to do that? Because as I see, the spring is nice right now, but every time you do that, it gets lower.
The spring's almost stopping. I mean, it's gonna stop any minute if it doesn't rain.
Yeah, we need rain.
Exactly.
And then we won't be
That's
filling
why are we missing?
Because it's gonna run, it runs out whether we fill or don't
Well,
fill.
that will
Well,
help,
my
but you know,
proposal is,
draining it.
I have a proposal, just a thought to throw out there. That we should make that pool, take that pool, and make it into a chlorinated pool. Make it half the size.
We can't.
Oh, no,
We
please no.
can't.
Make it less big and fill it in with dirt or whatever. And
No, please.
and make it smaller.
I hope, there's people, I hope they don't hear where you, know where you live.
You can also set the commissary on fire.
Thank you.
I just see it from the
Raise Dickman Hall.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
When they drain it, it pumps to the creek.
Okay. Next item is the action to pay property taxes. Discussion action on the property
Start
taxes.
that, I guess.
Yes.
I guess we can combine that with an update, maybe? Sure. Okay, so we, as you know, we protested our taxes. We filed a lawsuit against the tax office. We intend to, hopefully, it doesn't get that far. Hopefully, when legal minds meet, they interpret the law correctly and they will come to some resolution. It is the advice of our attorney that we pay the property taxes in full. Because ultimately we may not win. I do not expect that to happen, but ultimately it may happen. And at the end of the day, if it doesn't happen and we paid, say, half of our taxes, which is the other legal avenue is to say we owe $100,000 in taxes and we're only going to pay 50 because we expect to save 50 after our lawsuit. Well, if you lose, then you owe the 50 plus interest. And so it could become a double-edged sword. And so our attorneys, and he's been doing this for 20 years, his advice is pay your taxes, and then retroactively we'll get all that figured out. So the only other problem with paying our taxes is that it's $132,000.
Somewhere around there, yeah.
It's $132,000, which we'll have to take money that's in Fidelity earning interest or dividends in order to pay the taxes. So, but advice wise, legal advice wise, it's to pay all the property taxes up front.
What are your thoughts?
That we need to move money out of Texas Community and Bank and Trust into Fidelity. Stop wasting our time with zero interest and bank fees.
What is your opinion on paying all or a portion of the property tax?
I say we pay it and then move more money to Fidelity so we don't waste time and my membership's hard-earned money they gave us.
Tony?
And here.
I thought quite a bit about that, and I wondered if, John, did you explore the option with our attorney about whether we could pay that money into the registry of the court? Where
I didn't.
where which is what is often done in disputes over money that would relieve our obligation if in the event that we were to lose the lawsuit. Did you happen to explore that with?
No, sir. I did not talk to Chris about that. No.
Well, I agree with everything you said, and with what the lawyer said about the notion that we should probably pay because it would then eliminate any future penalty or interest for failure to pay timely. But I still think we should explore the option if it is even available. I'm not certain it's available in a dispute of this type, but I still think we should explore that option of being able to pay what is assessed and what is owed into the registry of the court, where it could actually draw some interest while the dispute is pending.
I will, I mean, I'll send him an email and specifically ask him about that.
Now we have until the end of the month to get the maximum discount also by paying it. So Tony, are you saying that if that is available, that would save us from penalties possibly?
It could, yes.
Okay.
It could. Because oftentimes in disputes over money like this, if the disputed amount is paid into the registry of the court, then you are relieved of penalties and interest. If in fact you lose a dispute, and the money can then be paid directly from the registry to the prevailing party.
But in this case,
And the reason I bring that up is simply because I know of no situation in which you pay taxes and then find out you didn't owe those taxes, that the taxing authority will pay you back. That doesn't happen. I don't think it can happen.
so in this case, we're not really paying penalties interest. We're getting a discount for paying them early. So if we put the money into a holding fund, would we be entitled to the discount for paying in October?
Well, Jason, I don't know the answer to that. But certainly it is an argument that I would make if I were the lawyer involved in this dispute.
Okay. Well, then I recommend we just hold off on this until John researches that
Yeah, I'll send him an email today.
and try to resolve it before the end of the month. Y'all okay with that?
Can we resolve the necessary action that needs to be taken by an email vote contingent on this only issue?
I believe so.
Yes.
Okay. Because I, in my mind, that's the only issue, whether we can avoid paying it directly to the taxing authority and instead pay it into the registry of the court.
Well, we can, I suppose, make a motion to that we're going to pay in totality. It's just a matter of how we do it.
Yeah.
At this point, we could do that right now.
Yeah, I mean, we can make a motion to pay the bill
Yeah.
after consulting.
How
with-
much is the discount compared to whatever interest? If we're getting close to 5% on, how much discount were we actually going to save?
I
by
don't
paying
know
it
what the
before-
penalty
ahead of time?
I don't know.
It's
what
not
it
really a
is.
penalty. It's a discount. I
But
believe.
and 100,000+ is probably quite a bit. Yeah.
No, I mean, but if you save 1% and then we pay it 3 months later and we lost 1%, but we would have earned 4 or 5%, like there's some math that could be done to see is it
It should
really
be on the
worth-
statement.
Yeah, it is.
No,
They're all on
it
the
is. I just
statement.
haven't run the
The
math.
statement
And it's not a whole
individually.
year, so it'd be only for 3 months. How much interest will we
Yeah.
get in 3 months or whenever we would pay? So
I can
we
get the statement from
crunch-
Gracie and you can look at it.
crunch a little math on that. See,
You can
Yeah.
crunch away.
Well, why don't you do that so you can give us a recommendation because you're good
Yeah.
with the numbers, and then we can say
all right.
because I spoke to Lisa
Julie.
about that whenever I said, well, we got to pay it in full, and then she made that same comment that you just made, like, well, if we pay it now as opposed to paying it in, I think March was the last date,
I
something
think
like
it's
that.
March.
You can see the accrued amount.
Okay, yeah,
that-
I got. I'll figure that out for each month and when we paid it.
Yeah,
and what
and then
we
I'll
would get.
I'll send an email to Chris and
Okay.
see if we can get an update on
I'll do that.
or whether that's a possibility.
Yeah.
So are we not voting then at this point. Oh, okay, so it's, you save one, let's see, it's a 3% discount now. And then it's only a 2% discount in November and 1% in December.
I see.
And in
So a
January.
quarter.
Thank you to the prior
Yeah.
tax appraiser employee.
It's probably better to pay it, but I'll do the math.
So it'd be roughly $4,000 if we paid it
Yeah.
now as opposed to paying it in February.
February, you can pay.
February, you're gonna have 2% dated on.
Or January, whatever it is.
January.
Yeah, I don't think,
1%.
it's not delinquent until after January 31st.
Yeah.
Right.
No, but we still save
Right.
money though.
So we'd save 3%.
Yeah, 3%, and we get 4 to 5% per year, not per 3 months or 4
Right.
months. So it's
Right.
it seems like the 3% seems like just off the top of my head is a win.
Yeah.
To pay it now.
To
Yeah,
pay it
it
now
would
is
be
a win.
definitely.
Yeah.
So is there a motion to do that or?
I move that we pay in full, subject to resolving whether it can be paid into the registry of the court or directly to the taxing authority.
I think that's a good motion. I second that motion.
Yeah, and if we can still get the discount, if we put it into the court's hands and then we have to actually pay it, then we still get the 3% or not.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, my opinion about that, Jason, is that just like in every other financial dispute, if you pay into the registry of the court, it is just like paying the opposing party.
Oh, okay.
That'd be awesome.
All right. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Pay
I,
the man.
Unanimous. All right. Last possible action item is amending the collection policy and the delinquency date. I know Charlena probably has a couple things she would like
Okay.
to say, or am I throwing you under the bus?
Oh, no. So, can you hear me or would you like me to speak on the speaker? Okay. Okay, so there was some dispatches that I had sent out about the change in when your assessments were due from the 1st to the 5th, starting in January. I have spoken with many people on this and they came in and mentioned that some don't, have their checks until like maybe the middle of the month. And it might be a little hard on them. And I am not, so black and white that I can't see that, hey, we can change the date. And so I had sent an email or talked to Lisa and I said, well, with the people I've talked to, I am at I would like to change it to the 20th. I think that would give everybody enough time to have their payments ready. But on the 21st, you will get the late fees then. So that gives, I believe, a lot of time. Here's what I can't do. It has been the norm that there's 5 different dates that people pay. How can you control delinquency if there's 5 different dates? And for all 5 different dates, the late fees did not get put onto anybody's account till the next month. So how can you run accounting that way? The month that you're due is when a late fee should go on there. That's just normal, simple accounting. So if I give everybody until the 20th to pay their assessments, and you can keep your dates. If you are paying on the 1st, continue. And 15th, continue. But the 20th is the last day. On the 21st, you'll get your late fees. And on the 22nd, we will be sending out 30-day notices that your assessments are late. Okay? I did my very best to accommodate as many people as I can. But at the end of the day, I will not be able to accommodate everybody. And I will still get hate mail for it. And I'm sticking to my guns because this is the only way I will be able to control future delinquencies. We're still working on the past. And that wasn't my fault. I am fixing other.
Oh, yes, it is. It's your fault.
Oh, well, by some people, it is my fault, but
Well,
I'm still working on that, but this is to avoid future and to be on a process, the same process every single month.
and to, can I, sorry.
No, sorry.
And to clarify, from our collections policy, the due date for your regular assessments is the 1st.
Right.
The only difference is the delinquency was the 30th
Yeah.
day.
Which
So,
means late fees won't get posted again until
your
the next month.
assessment is still due on the 1st, but it's not considered late until the 20th, which is
Right.
the date you want to move
Exactly. Exactly.
But you change.
And it will go to the court. We will post that.
You're changing the late fee day.
Yes.
it. Yeah, from instead of
Yes.
30 days, it's 20 days. Yes.
And
There was
we-
multiple
what do you
hands
call it?
up.
Do the revision. We
When
will
will-
put a revision to the courthouse.
And this goes into effect in January.
January 1st.
Okay.
Yes.
So, Bill?
I have a question. Are you going to send me a bill?
Nope.
No.
If you have an email, yes, we'll absolutely send you a bill.
I don't do email. I don't have a computer. I pay my bills
Bill,
with a check
Bill,
when I get the bill.
Bill, you know when your assessments are due, correct?
I know when
Okay,
everything's
well then
due, but
you
I don't
can,
know
you'll pay them when they're due.
with the bill.
No, I'm not sending a bill.
So
If you have an email, you will get an automatic
I
invoice.
pay my bills with a bill from the company, whoever they are.
Okay, well,
And if you don't send me a bill, I don't know it.
what have you?
Well, I don't think
Well,
that's
I'm not
the
gonna argue that
package you
point with
signed
you,
when you
Bill,
bought
because
that
you know
property.
that that's not true. So I'm not gonna argue that. If you don't pay it, you know what will happen. End of story.
Okay.
So I have one comment, not on that necessarily, but we are gonna have Buildium working soon. We'll be able to see how much you owe. You will be able to pay online. And one of the things that it has is we can send out basic surveys to members. So maybe we wanted to change the assessment late fee. Maybe we sent out a vote to all the people and we got an opinion before that. Or not just that one thing, but all manner of things we're thinking about doing. We could get all that feedback and use that to make decisions. But please call the office and give them your phone number and your email if you don't have it current. And that way we will be able to keep you in the loop and you will be able to participate.
There are a number of people who live on the fort that are elderly and don't use email or.
It has text messages. They have a phone.
Well, I think there's some people that don't even do that, so that, I mean, I think that's where Bill's coming from. I'm sorry, there's some people that.
Well, but I think that
But I think it's clear that when things are due and when the late deal is, we all know that.
Yeah.
We know that.
I think we could make a bill for Bill. We'll just take Bill, and there's 12 on them and you cut them up and then drop them off at his house.
we're sending one piece of
Well, actually, I think there's coupons on the website, so just print them off.
Just a thought, there are coupons on the website.
Or you
If
could
you
come by
want
the
to print those coupons, we're gonna charge you $1 per coupon. Because we also have to have costs that we offset. So if you want them printed, I'll be glad to, but I have to charge you because it costs me too.
That's
So,
perfect.
I will do that.
But the
Okay.
assessment is supposed to include that.
I mean,
No.
to send out a letter is
Wait
gonna
a
be.
second, if you look at the law, Bill, and I'm not trying to be difficult, I think you are a little bit, but I'm not trying to be. If you look at the law, it's a courtesy. It is not mandatory ever to send out a late bill.
Anybody that I do with doesn't have to send me a bill.
They don't have to, it's a courtesy. We really don't
pretty
have
much
to.
every Fortune
You
500
sign
company
a
in the world's
contract when
gone
you get a
paperless.
credit card. You sign a contract when you get a car payment. You sign a contract when you do your house. It's all in there.
Yeah,
But
then
if
they
you
send
come
me
to
a
the
bill.
office, I will print them. And I have to charge you. I'm sorry, I can't do it for free anymore. Costs are too expensive, but I'll be glad to do it for you, okay?
I mean, sending out.
Fair?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Go for it.
I mean, sending out paper bills, what? Stamp, envelope, $1. So we send out 1,600 or 2,000 of those a month. Do y'all want to cough up $2,000 every month out of your pocketbooks to waste on that? I don't think so. I wouldn't want
Curtis
to
has a
recommend it.
question.
No, I was just standing where I could hear because there was a lot of side conversations going.
Oh, I'm sorry.
So I was removing myself.
But I can't see you.
Yes, ma'am.
I just have a question about that, is that I do automatic.
Uh-huh.
And my question is, do I need to do, since the date has changed or anything, do I need to do anything different?
When do you have it automatically set up?
15th, whatever.
Then you're fine. You're fine.
But I don't need to redo
Nope.
anything. Okay.
Well,
You can sign we would like you to sign a new form.
I
yes.
did put my name on another form.
Then
but I
you're
didn't-
good.
Yeah.
As long as you sent it in, because we only sent letters out to the ACH and credit card people.
Okay.
We didn't
Sure.
send it out, but if you all have your ACHs and your credit cards prior to the 20th, you don't have to do anything at all.
Unless we don't have your form.
Right. I'm sorry.
So there'll be reconciled because we have to manually move people's payments to the new processor through Buildium. So if we have the signed forms and somebody's going to reconcile all those, and if we don't, then they'll be reaching out
Yes.
to whoever they don't to get that information
We'll tell you.
before the end of the year. I know that there are people that don't have emails, but I think 99% of the people do. And we really need those. And Buildium can be a huge resource to the membership, to the administration, for communicating in a manner that is not always social media. Because I know there's a lot of people that don't do social media. The dispatches don't work like they should with Constant Contact. But with your emails, we can keep all of the members updated on increases and everything else. So tell your friends. We want your emails. We will not sell them unless we could get a lot. No, I'm just because that could help, right? Yes, sir.
So our November bill is due on the 1st of November. And it's late on the 20th of November.
Well, starting in January. Right now.
The 21st, it'll be late, the 21st of November.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you're good.
Okay. So if this is what we vote to agree on, we don't have to vote to agree on that, but we have to vote to update the collection policy to reflect the same dates for delinquency. And are we
That's the only thing we're changing, it's just the
Just
date.
the due
from
date.
the
just the
30th.
dates? What about and are you changing the amount?
No.
Okay.
I never changed the amount at all. It's been that way for I don't know
The
how
late
long.
fee.
But I heard everybody, I read that I changed the amounts for the late fees. They've always been that. I didn't touch them at all.
Yeah.
All I did was change the due date. That was it.
So the motion is, I guess we need a motion to amend or whatever the proper wording is of the collection policy and file a new one with the court. Do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to amend the collections policy for Clark Springs Association to reflect the last due date to represent the 20th day of the month instead of the 30th day of the month.
Do I have a second?
I mean, I have one comment. The way Buildium works, you're probably gonna have to switch to a percentage. It's the way we're gonna have residential membership as one unit. If that's your lot, you wanna charge $40. And then we're gonna have your side lot as another $20. You only can set a flat amount per unit. So we can't say 40 over here, 20 over here. We can adjust the percentage to where it's like $30.75, and then the membership is $20.68 or whatever. But in order to do 40-20, it's not gonna work according to everything I've discussed with them. So we may.
So that's the first
switch-
I'm hearing about that.
We just found out.
I mean, last time we talked to.
And we can't keep the residential separate.
No, it'll be too cumbersome to make, to do that.
I think we need to investigate it a little bit more though. So until we have we have a meeting with them to find out exactly, I think
I mean,
let's revisit it.
we can revisit it, but.
Yeah.
the-
If anything, it's gonna be a little bit lower. But we'll visit with them.
Okay. So, did we have a second?
No.
No, do we want, okay. Tony,
So he's trying, unless he's just waving at.
yeah, he made, hi.
I second it.
Thank you, Tony. All in favor?
Aye.
All right, it's unanimous. Okay, where does that put us now? All right, announcements. I do have one that was slipped to me by Pat Stephenson. She has started a raffle basket for Halloween. Fireball, sweet treats. It's $5 a ticket or 5 tickets for $20. The proceeds go to Dickman. And she will be selling them while she's volunteering today at the Sutler store from 1 to.
And you all need to come anyway.
Yeah, go check it out. Go check it
The
out.
basket's awesome. If you look on the our Facebook association, what the lady put it's got all kinds of cool stuff. It's got a bottle of Fireball. It's got some scary stuff in there. It's beautiful basket. So I think it'll be
And it's the
awesome.
last minute Fireball fudge will be added.
Oh,
It's very good. Samples next week and
Also, there is flyers for everything going on with Halloween, the routes, the movie. Stop by my place on Fort Clark Road. You know, if we're out trick or treating, we usually have hot chocolate and hot dogs. I'm sorry.
November, our next meeting. The next meeting is November 16th.
Yes,
It's the same day as the.
it's the same day as the board meeting, November 16th, I think it is. So she's gonna save me money. I don't have to.
Again, it's that day.
Yeah, is all that back there? Yeah.
Oh, so so there's no confusion. You don't have to make your food there. Just bring it. Bring your crock pot, whatever you want to bring. You can be on the inside. We have what was the gentleman's name that made the
Mr. John Worse.
Yes, he made these awesome. He wood engraved these spoons for first, second, and third place. The first chili cook-off we're doing. So all you have to do is bring your chili, bring whatever you want to serve. You can do it on the inside, or you can have it on the outside right there. Just call us and let us know, and it's going to be so much fun. Oh, I'm sorry, Shafter Hall. Yes.
Does anyone else have any announcements?
Outside and inside.
Is there any other announcements? So anybody got anything fun going on? No? All right. Yes, we are adjourned to executive session at 11:07. at 12:37. A discussion on engaging the auditors for the 23-24 audit to be done by March, the March meeting. The cost is same as last time, a little less than last time. 24.5 plus about 550 in travel and for the information at the meeting. Discussion was also had about whether to continue after that. So, do we have a motion to approve this engagement?
I'll make a motion to approve the engagement letter with our current HOA CPA to do the 24-25 audit.
Do I have a second?
Isn't it the 23-24?
Is it 23-24?
23-24,
Okay,
sorry.
23-24 audit.
Yeah, I second it.
All right, all in favor?
Nay.
Opposed?
Nay.
So 3, 4, 1 against. And that concludes the session. Yay. See everybody next month. We are adjourned at 12:38.
Mm-hmm.